And a very pleasant good afternoon, and welcome to the McCoy Tennis Complex on the campus of Brevard College. We'll be bringing you Brevard versus Piedmont men's and women's tennis action, USA South Conference matchup, and we're keeping a close eye on the weather at the moment. There has been some light rain, sprinkles, perhaps even could be described as light rain at this point, and we're keeping a very close eye on that. It's typically the home team's determination when to delay or, in a worst case, postpone or cancel a match due to weather conditions, and comes down simply to safety for the student athletes and the court conditions, whether it's slick or slippery or not. And right now it looks like everything's moving forward, but we'll continue to keep an eye on the situation. Looks like there is some clouds and precipitation to the southeast of the McCoy Tennis Complex. Men's and women's tennis coming up shortly. You're actually watching some of the Piedmont men's tennis student athletes get their warm-up in. 50 degrees, feels like 47. The weatherman said a 50% chance of rain. We're experiencing a little of that right now. Wind from the northeast at 8 miles per hour, 74% humidity. So stick with us. We'll keep an eye on this situation, and once we get going with some action, we'll certainly bring that to you. Do want to run through the starting lineup for the Tornadoes. On the women's side, number 1 doubles will be the team of Jen Cox and Margaret Carrell. Number 2 doubles, Lily Farr and Hamrick Perry. Ally Kagoy and Brooke Garland make up doubles number 3. And number 4 doubles, Kenzie Bowman and Sarah Kagoy. Singles, Farr, Kagoy, Cox, Perry, Carrell, and Kagoy are your 1 through 6. Garland in the 7 slot and Bowman in the 8 spot. On the men's side, the men's tennis number 1 doubles team for the Brevard College Tornadoes will be Andrew Ingram and Jamarcus Walker. Miles Schaefer and Devin Horton are set at doubles number 2. Alex A.G. Glaze, along with Hunter Williams, doubles number 3. And then on the single side, Ingram, Horton, Schaefer, Walker, Williams, and A.G. Glaze in that singles number 6 spot. So stick with us. We'll bring you action between the Tornadoes and the Lions, hopefully coming up shortly. Let's keep this rain out of here. Perhaps a little bit of a vortex effect if things can work out in our favor here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Stick with us. Brevard, Piedmont, men's and women's tennis coming up shortly. Welcome back to the McCoy Tennis Complex. Just want to give you an update. We are in a slight rain delay here at the McCoy Tennis Complex as there's been some very light rain, but want to make sure those courts are playable and safe for these student athletes. So Piedmont team, some of them have head back to their bus. Others are just hanging out here at the McCoy Tennis Complex, and tornadoes are within the players' lounge and clubhouse and locker room areas here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. And we're optimistic we're going to be able to get this match in, but at the moment, a weather delay. So stick with us. Hopefully, we'll be bringing you some tennis action momentarily. Brevard College and Piedmont, USA South Conference men's and women's tennis. Welcome back to the McCoy Tennis Complex. Piedmont versus Brevard, men's and women's tennis. Good news, student athletes are back on the court and a 5-minute warm-up period is about to commence. And looks like we're going to be able to play some tennis here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Some light rain earlier delayed the start of this match, but now both teams re-emerging and ready to get things going here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Well, stick with us. We'll be bringing you action all afternoon long, and we'll continue to keep an eye on the weather situation as well. Currently 50 degrees. It feels like 47. 50% chance of rain. We already saw a little bit of that rain just about a half hour ago. Wind from the northeast at 8 miles per hour, 74% humidity. Brevard versus Piedmont coming up shortly. Back here at the McCoy Tennis Complex, getting this match going between Brevard College and Piedmont, USA South Conference action. You're currently watching court number 2, where warm-ups are just about complete as the number 1 doubles for these two squads continue to warm up. So stick with us. You'll be watching Andrew Ingram and Jamarcus Walker versus Roman Webb and Silas Sandals. So stick with us here at McCoy Tennis Complex. Back here at the McCoy Tennis Complex, Brevard versus Piedmont, men's and women's tennis, USA South Conference action. We're going to try to bring you as much of the action as possible. You're currently watching #1 men's doubles, Andrew Ingram and Jamarcus Walker of Brevard College versus Roman Webb and Silas Sandals of Piedmont. Ingram, the junior from Belmont, North Carolina, Stuart Kramer High School, and Jamarcus Walker, the sophomore from Seneca, South Carolina, Seneca High School. Webb comes from Auckland, New Zealand. He's a senior for Piedmont, and Sandals, the freshman out of Waxahachie, Texas. The Tornadoes actually won the first game in this doubles match. Yeah, check that. Actually, Piedmont won the first game and the second game, so they broke the Tornadoes' serve in game #1, and then game #2 went to Piedmont on the service. So 2-0 Piedmont. And Ingram and Walker with Ingram on the service. Return there by Webb. (40-15), the service from Ingram. Ingram with the volley. And now the overhead volley goes wide. So it'll be 40-30. So the service once again from Ingram, the junior for the Tornadoes. So we'll run the score to deuce now. And that volley by Walker wide, so 3 straight points by the Lions #1 doubles team, and they now have another service break opportunity. Already up 2-0. And the serve from Ingram. And the point and the game will go to the Lions. So we'll bring you now some women's doubles, number 2 women's doubles action. Kara Landseidel and Abby Grace Venom versus Lily Farr and Hamrick Perry for the Tornadoes. Farr, the junior from Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Perry, the sophomore from nearby Hendersonville, North Carolina. So doubles action underway between these two teams. There was a slight weather delay as we got things started. And we'll bring you updates as these scores start to manifest here in doubles play. Lions and Tornadoes, men's and women's tennis. So another weather delay here at the McCoy Tennis Complex as the rain just suddenly picked up in these last couple minutes and the student athletes are being sent off the court. Turn the camera on. All right, so the student athletes heading back to their respective dry locations. The bus for the Lions and the McCoy Tennis Complex player lounge and locker rooms for the Tornadoes. And rain actually picking up. It's a little stronger rain than we had seen for the early delay. So this might not bode well for this tennis match between the Tornadoes and the Lions, but stick with us here. If there's any official word, we'll be sure to give it to you right away. The student athletes were told, hey, make sure you know the score of your doubles match before you head back. And, you know, kind of the cool thing about college tennis, so much of it runs on the honor system between the players as they keep their own score during these matches. So hang with us here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Appreciate you tuning in, but currently under a weather delay. A lot of people paying attention to March Madness at the moment as well. And appreciate you joining us here. You know, we know there's a lot of entertainment options, but you've decided to join us here on this YouTube channel. Earlier, the Florida Gators defeating Virginia Tech in overtime. And we'll try to bring you some more updates. But meanwhile here, tennis, men's and women's tennis, USA South Conference action. The Tornadoes and the Lions seeking dry shelter at the moment. And we'll see if we can get this one in. You know, daylight savings time is now in effect, so there is an extra hour of daylight. But certainly the more the rain comes down, the harder it will be to get these surface playable this afternoon. So stick with us here. We'll continue to bring you updates. Currently under a weather delay, the Tornadoes and the Lions. Welcome back here to the McCoy Tennis Complex, where we're currently under a weather delay, but happy to be able to bring you some of the student athletes for Brevard College as we wait out this weather delay. And joined now by junior Lily Farr of the Brevard College women's tennis team. Lily, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, you're welcome. Happy to be here.
Well, the match just got delayed, obviously, by weather. Piedmont with an early 2-0 lead in that number 2 women's doubles contest that you were playing with Hamrick Perry. Hopefully you guys will get back going. What's that like when suddenly the match gets called like that and you have to sort of regroup? What are you going through right now?
It's kind of nice because since we were losing, we can kind of regroup and hopefully we can get back up and try and win the set and have a new game plan.
And you're playing in this number 2 women's doubles match with Hamrick Perry.
Yes.
Do you guys have much experience together as a doubles tandem, and how's that working out for you?
We don't. This is our second match playing together, so it's not what we're used to, but I really like her as a doubles partner. We work together, so I hope we continue playing together.
And would like our audience to get to know you a little more, Lily, out of Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Yes.
And, you don't see too many Brevard College student athletes out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, but I know of recent years you're the second one to come through. Can you kind of tell us about, your, journey here to Brevard College?
Yeah, so this is actually my third college. I transferred from 2 others. I couldn't really find a place, but my brother, Hewitt Farr, he came here and he loved it, so I thought I'd give it a go, and it's been great. So, yeah, I love it here. It's a rainforest, but it's nice.
Yeah, so obviously the obvious thing is just so different, weather-wise than New Mexico, but
Yeah.
probably, culturally in a lot of ways as well. I mean, are you enjoying it up here in the mountains?
I do enjoy it. Sometimes the rain is a bit much, and I miss kind of like the dry summers instead of the humidity, but other than that, I really enjoy it.
And tell us a little bit about your studies. Have you focused in on a major?
Yeah, so I'm a criminal justice major, and I'm trying to minor in psychology for my last year, so hopefully that'll work out.
Very good. And Lily, if you can just kind of answer this question and go whatever direction you like. Brevard College tennis, you guys are a close group, not just the women's team, but the men's team as well. You guys got to do everything together. You've been through a lot with the pandemic, but you guys are playing now and off and running with your season. Can you kind of tell us about the team as a family, as a culture, and what you guys are all about?
Yeah, so we are a huge family. We do everything together pretty much. We just love hanging out after practice or go eating. It's a really fun time.
Very good. Well, we won't keep you much longer. I know you're looking forward to getting your mind right, and getting ready for the match. Hopefully we'll get this in if this rain slows down. But thank you for joining the program, Lily. It's been a lot of fun catching up with you here, and best of luck with this match versus Piedmont.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the McCoy Tennis Complex, where we're currently under a weather delay. There's been rain in the area, which has resulted in some slick tennis courts, but we're waiting this out. Hopefully things will dry off. We've got that extra hour of daylight due to daylight savings time that recently kicked in, so that works in our favor. But happy to be joined now by another Brevard College student athlete, Jamarcus Walker, able to join the broadcast during this weather delay. Jamarcus, thanks for joining this special broadcast of USA South Conference Tennis.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Well, the sophomore from Seneca, South Carolina, Seneca High School. You were watching some of his action early on here, teamed up with Andrew Ingram, #1 men's doubles. Tornadoes falling behind 0-3, but certainly seemed like gaining some momentum there. How'd you feel so far in that doubles match?
We started off kind of nervous. It's my first time playing one doubles in my career, but as we went through the match, I kind of picked it up. Some of the nerves went away, so we were on a comeback before it started raining. I'm just put that out there.
Now, while you were playing #1 doubles, as you mentioned, for the first time in your career, have you played with Andrew as a doubles partner before, and what's you all's experience level together?
Well, me and Andrew played a couple doubles last year before our season got canceled due to COVID. Me and Andrew are really great friends. We're roommates, so we kind of have to be kind of close to each other. So it's great to play with somebody that I know and I'm familiar with finally.
And tell us what the mindset is of yourself and also the team during one of these weather delays. You certainly want to remain ready in case the action resumes.
Yeah, the mindset for me and my teammates is just stay ready because we never know when we're going to go back out there and play or if we're going to go back out there and play. So it's all about being ready to go back out there if we have to.
Jamarcus, you're from Seneca, South Carolina, not all that far from here in Brevard, North Carolina, and Brevard College. Tell us a little bit how you found Brevard College tennis and your journey as a tennis student athlete.
Oh, well, when I first found Brevard College, I was looking for a small school because the only school that's really near Seneca was Clemson. Clemson's such a big campus, I thought I would get lost all the time. So I really wanted a small family-type community school. And then the past coach, Evan Schreiner, is also from Seneca, so I kind of reached out to him, and he found interest in me, and I came up here and visited, and I loved it.
Outstanding. And now that you're here, I know you've settled in and focused a lot of your efforts towards your studies as well. Tell us about those.
I'm a business major with a minor in accounting. Not accounting, coaching. I don't know why I said accounting. But when I graduate, I'm hoping to get into the business side of the athletics. So hopefully that works out for me when I graduate.
And some of that involves you spending time working under the direction of athletic director Miranda Nash and in the group within the Department of Athletics here at Brevard College. Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, it's a great experience. I love every day I work with them, and then working all the games, just get me prepared for when I graduate.
Last one, I have this question for your teammate from the women's side, Lily Farr, as well. Tell us about the Brevard College tennis team culture, how you guys are, a family, not just on the men's side, but on the women's side, one big family, and, how you guys look out for each other and what you guys are all about.
Well, yeah, like Lily said, we're all a family. We're always hanging out with each other. It's like we're all brothers and sisters. If one of our players needs something, likely someone else on the team is going to help them rather than some random person. So really it's just about sticking up for each other and being there for everyone, because especially during this time with COVID and everything, it's stressful. So it's good to have people that you really can trust and get to know.
All right, I'm going to take it a step further since I've got you, Jamarcus. If there's a high school tennis student athlete who might be tuning in this afternoon, perhaps from your home state of South Carolina, what would your message be to him or her as why they should perhaps consider Brevard College tennis?
Honestly, you won't find a better tennis program than Brevard College. Every other school we've been to, I don't feel like they're like as close as we are, but it's rare to see a men's and a women's team that's very close with each other. So if you're looking for a close team, then this is the place to be.
Very good. Jamarcus Walker, the sophomore from Seneca, South Carolina, Seneca High School, and a member of that Brevard College men's tennis team that he was just talking about, and playing number 1 men's doubles with his teammate Andrew Ingram. We're bringing you some of that action currently under a weather delay, and also slated for number 4 singles later in the match. Jamarcus, best of luck when this match does resume. These two teams will square off also tomorrow morning, so that's certainly an option as well. And thanks for joining the broadcast during this weather delay.
All right, thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Very good. That was Jamarcus Walker, Brevard College men's tennis sophomore, and great to have him on the program. And we'll continue to try to bring you some interviews as the rain seems to be slowing down a little bit, and hopefully the courts can get into playing form. But in the meantime, we'll continue to bring you some interviews from here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Once again, you're watching Brevard College versus Piedmont, USA South Conference, men's and women's tennis. Welcome back here to the McCoy Tennis Complex, where we continue to wait out a weather delay. Hopefully we'll be getting some tennis going before the end of this afternoon. But happy to bring you some interviews with the men's and women's tennis teams here at Brevard College. And happy to be joined now by junior from Belmont, North Carolina, Stuart Kramer High School, Andrew Ingram. Andrew, thanks for joining us here on the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we're watching you play number 1 doubles with your teammate Jamarcus Walker. Before the weather, obviously, interrupted everything. How are you guys feeling out there?
Well, we got off to a slow start. We didn't know how they were going to play. We knew they were going to be big hitters. But now we were starting to get our groove right when the rain hit, and we were figuring out our own game and figuring out how to beat them. And I felt like the rain just put a dampener on everything.
Can you talk about Jamarcus a little as a doubles partner?
Yeah, so before the season, that's who I thought my doubles partner was going to be with, be all season. And then a few injuries happened, and so this is the first time I've gotten to play with him in a match.
Can you tell our listeners and our viewers a little bit about you as a tennis player? How would you describe your game?
I just try and get the ball back. I know if I can get one more ball back, then I have a good chance of winning the point, no matter what kind of shot it is. If I can get it over the net and not cause any unforced errors, then I have a good chance of winning the point.
And on the professional circuit, is there athlete that you model your game after or that you look up to?
I like Gail Monfils a lot. He has a great playing style. He hits a lot of cool shots, a lot of trick shots. He's fun to watch.
Very good. Now, tell us a little bit about your studies, Andrew. I understand you're a criminal justice major. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah. So when I first came here 3 years ago, I talked to Dr. Powers, and he's not here anymore. Obviously, it's sad, but he got me to come join criminal justice program, and he got me to talk to our old coach from when I was a freshman, and the coach just offered me a spot on the team, and I was like, yeah, I'll take it.
Very good. Tell us a little bit about the team culture. I know you guys are a close group. I see you all around campus, hanging out together and that kind of thing. It doesn't matter if you're on the men's side or the women's side, one big kind of family unit. Tell us about the team culture.
Yeah. So due to COVID, the school has all roomed all the sports teams together, and so all the tennis team is, or most of the tennis teams, in stand back, one of the residence halls, and so we all are in each other's rooms a lot, hanging out, going and eating, just doing a lot of together to build that chemistry off the court as well as on the court.
And before I let you go, I'd like to learn even more sort of about your upbringing as a tennis player and ultimately how you became a college student athlete. Tell us when you started picking up the tennis racket and how it evolved from there.
Well, I started sophomore year of high school. I was about 16. I was doing a lot of activities in high school, and some of those activities crossed, so I had to drop golf, and I wanted to pick up something else. I was like, why not tennis? I knew we had a team, so I picked up a racket. I got really invested. I found a coach, and it just went on from there.
Very good. Andrew Ingram, the junior from Belmont, North Carolina. We were watching him play some number one doubles with his teammate Jamarcus Walker, who we talked to earlier, and he'll be slated for number one singles as well. Hopefully you guys will get this match going again, Andrew. Look forward to seeing you play some more tennis here. Thanks for joining the show.
Thank you for having me.
Very good. Andrew Ingram of the Brevard College men's tennis team, and great to have him on the program. And stick with us here. We'll bring you some more interviews with Brevard College student athletes as we wait out this weather delay. Brevard and Piedmont men's and women's tennis here from the McCoy Tennis Complex on the campus of Brevard College. Welcome back here to the McCoy Tennis Complex. Brevard and Piedmont men's and women's tennis. We're currently under a weather delay, and it looks like the rain has slowed down, if not stopped completely. Now it's a matter of these courts drying up, and very happy to be joined now by another Brevard College student athlete, as Alex Glaze has joined the show. Alex, thanks for joining the broadcast during this weather delay.
No problem, no problem.
Well, very happy to have Alex here. Alex is a dual sport student athlete here at Brevard College, a member of that men's basketball team that recently wrapped up its season. Alex, kind of tell us about that side of things. You know, the fact that you're a dual sport athlete, tennis and basketball, you don't see that mix too often.
You really don't. Like, I play basketball a lot. Then I don't know how I'm playing tennis. They seen me play tennis one day. I just came out and played, and then I just joined the team and just had fun with it. So.
Yeah, and I know it's been a lot of fun to see you out here. Are you truly enjoying, like, learning more and developing your game?
Yeah, I love playing tennis. It's fun. It's peaceful. I get to have fun. I play at my own pace, and it's enjoyable to me.
Well, you're playing a doubles match before this weather delay. Your doubles partner, Hunter Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about, you know, the doubles game. You know, you're from a team sport, basketball, but certainly when you're playing doubles out here, there's the team dynamics. What makes for a good doubles combination?
Honestly, I really don't even know because I don't play tennis like that. So, I mean, coach told us go out there and have fun and play together and just try to keep the ball in play and have fun.
Yeah.
As much as I can tell you.
Very good. Well, tell us a little bit more about your basketball career. You know, when did you get started playing? How did it eventually turn into something serious, and then now playing on the NCAA D3 level?
I started playing. I was like 7 years old at the rec in Columbia, and then it went from there. I worked out every day with my trainers, and my mom played basketball growing up, so she coached me. And my dad really didn't play a little bit. He tried to get me to play, and I went to high school, got recruited a little bit, and then Brevard found me, and I just came here to play.
And I know you guys have a great team culture going on. We've been talking about a lot with the tennis side of things, but tell us a little bit about Brevard College basketball, what you guys are all about.
We're a team, you know. We're a culture. We do things together, have fun. We eat together. Pretty much what every team really does is have fun, play basketball, and stick together.
NBA, you got a favorite team, favorite player?
Not a team. My favorite player growing up was Jason Williams, and now it's James Harden.
Very good. Very good. And, of course, March Madness kicking off today as well. We've been providing a couple updates during the broadcast. Are you keeping an eye on that?
Oh, for sure. I got Michigan all the way.
Very good.
All the way.
Alex, last thing before I let you go, tell us a little bit about your academics. Have you zeroed in on a major, and what are you planning on focusing on?
My major is criminal justice and minor in pre-law. So I want to go to law school, but if not, I'll probably be a paralegal or try to go somewhere in that field.
Very good. Well, we're psyched that you're part of this tennis team. It's been a lot of fun to see kind of the energy and this other dynamic that you bring as a basketball student athlete, and
Yes,
I know
sir.
your teammates enjoy it as well. Meanwhile, I hope we get back out there so you and Hunter can continue this doubles match. You know, what's the mindset of the team, you know, as you're trying to wait out this weather delay?
We're trying to stay ready when the rain stops. You'll get there and playing hard as we can.
Very good. Well, Alex A.G.
Yes, sir. AG.
Glaze here on the show, and it's been fun. Like you know, just a little behind the scenes, behind the curtain information. You know, we received the score sheet that Coach Brad Jones keeps, and he lists Alex Glaze as A.G.
Yeah, AG.
Glaze. So, is there any backstory to that nickname?
Growing up, they would just call me AG because my name is Alex Glaze, so they just call me AG to shorten it up. So I just stuck with it and rode all the way out to this day.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Well, Alex, thanks for joining the show. We're psyched to see you out here at McCoy Tennis Complex, and also looking forward to, you know, seeing you guys next season at the Bosch. Yeah, I know you
Yes,
guys
sir.
are building something good there with men's basketball.
Oh, we are.
Very good. AG Alex Glaze on the show. Great to have him here, and we'll continue to bring you some student athletes from Brevard College men's and women's tennis Great to have Alex Glaze part of the program as we continue to wait out this weather delay here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. So stick with us. We'll see if we can bring you some more interviews in the meantime. Once again, you're watching Brevard versus Piedmont, men's and women's tennis, USA South Conference. And welcome back here to the McCoy Tennis Complex where you are watching Brevard versus Piedmont men's and women's tennis. We're currently in a weather delay and you could perhaps see some work being done to court number 2 as we're hoping to recover these playing surfaces and get back to action here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. But in the meantime, glad to bring you another interview with a Brevard College student athlete. Happy to be joined now by Ally Kagoy of Brevard College women's tennis. Ally, thanks for joining the show.
Thank you.
Well, we're excited to have you on. Now, you were playing number 3 doubles with Brooke Garland before the weather delay. How did the two of you feel early on in this match?
We were feeling good. We have some things that we need to change, like in order to win this match, because those girls are good. We just need to limit all mistakes and everything. But it's been fun. We're having a good time playing together.
Now, is it difficult when suddenly a match is interrupted and you have to go into a weather delay situation but still stay focused if it comes back?
Yes, in some ways it is, but at the same time, it's kind of I kind of like it because it gives us like an advantage since it's our own courts and we know how our courts play, so the other team has to go back and kind of get used to playing on them again.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, you mentioned, that doubles match that you had started with Brooke. Can you tell us a little bit about the two of you as a team? Have you played together before much?
Not much, but this season we've played like 2 matches together, and it's been fun. We get like a lot of work done together, and it's just really fun playing together.
And describe your style as a tennis player. What would be your strengths?
I'm definitely an aggressive baseliner, but Coach Jones is trying to get me to go to net often and be comfortable volleying and all that. So I'm depending on who I'm playing though, but I'm trying to still kind of work on that.
And like I would imagine most of you are, you're probably a fan of tennis on the WTA or ATP level. Do you have a favorite player?
On the men's side, it's Novak Djokovic, and on the women's side, it would probably be Sloane Stephens.
Very good. 2 excellent choices, no doubt about it. Ally, tell us about your journey as a tennis player. At what age did you start, and how did it evolve from there?
I started playing when I was 2 years old, and ever since then, I've enjoyed it. It's been a long journey working on my mental toughness and just trying to go out there and kind of loosen up and just be focused and not get mad at myself, just concentrate and focus on what I need to do and not how my opponent's playing and all that. And it takes a while to learn that. Like, it took me a while until I was able to like control my anger and not show it, but I feel like I've been doing better at that, and I just go out there and play my hardest and hope that I win, but if not, then maybe next time.
Ally, we've interviewed a lot of athletes over the years, and I haven't heard many say they started their sport at age 2. Have your parents or anyone told you sort of what that was like when you were playing at age 2?
So the first time I held a racket, I had like a foam ball and a little Barbie racket, and I was just trying to get the ball up off of the ground using my racket, and it was pretty funny because I couldn't do it. I'm just like, oh, this isn't working. And one of those little baby nets, we've been just doing the short court with the baby net, and then at age 8, that was when I actually started playing in tournaments, and that was awesome. And that was when I started figuring out that my mental toughness that I had then was not good. Slamming my racket, yelling, and getting all mad doesn't help you win matches. So
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But then, a native of Canton, Georgia, Mill Springs Academy, eventually it probably got even more serious, and you found your way here to Brevard College.
yes.
Can you tell us about how that happened?
So me and my family, since I was like about 4 years old, we would always go vacation in Boone, North Carolina, and we've always looked at different colleges and all that, and my parents always wanted me to stay close to home, and that they've loved the state of North Carolina, so they once I came to Brevard and toured it, I'm like, this is where I want to be. I felt like home immediately.
Tell us about your academics here at Brevard College. What are you studying and what do you plan to do with the degree?
So I'm studying early childhood education. I'm planning on being a preschool teacher. I don't know. Thinking about teaching 3-year-olds, but still don't know for sure. But somewhere in the preschool level, and it's been difficult. All those classes and stuff. I'm taking 19 credit hours right now, and practice every day, which obviously was not the smartest choice on my part because it's hard to manage my time with the tennis practice every day and me being a procrastinator. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this. But I'm like, oh, in order for me to play, I have to. So tennis is what motivates me to get my stuff done.
Very good. Well, that's a great example of how a student athlete can, have a very ambitious academic career, but also, be able to enjoy their sport as well. Last one for you, Ally. We've been talking to your teammates about the team culture, the family environment amongst the men's and women's tennis team. Can you tell our audience, what it's like to be part of this family?
It's amazing. Like, once you come and join this team, it's like you're all like related in some way. Like, everybody's there for you, and it's just like an amazing feeling to have, knowing that everybody has your back and supports you in every way possible. And that's the whole reason why I even chose Brevard, because I just felt like home and everybody was just so welcoming, and I couldn't have made a better decision.
Very good. Well, Ally, best of luck. Hopefully we'll get this match started up again this afternoon and you'll be able to continue your doubles play with your teammate Brooke, but also head over to the singles court as well. Best of luck with this match and beyond, and thanks for joining the program.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, that's Ally Kagoy of the Brevard College women's tennis team, and great to have her on the show. And been a lot of fun bringing you some men's and women's tennis student athlete interviews as we continue to wait out this weather delay. Some rain came down right after doubles play got started and kind of put a halt on everything here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. But stick with us here, and we'll continue to see if we can effort some more student athlete guests here for Brevard College. Brevard versus Piedmont, men's and women's tennis, USA South Conference action. Welcome back to the McCoy Tennis Complex, where we're currently under a weather delay after some rain got the court surfaces moist here after doubles play had just gotten underway. And glad to bring you some student-athlete interviews here in the meantime, and joined now by the sophomore from Canton, North Carolina, Pisgah High School, Brooke Garland. Brooke, thanks for joining the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, it's great to have you on here, and you were playing doubles with Ally Kagoy, number 3 doubles, and you guys had gotten things started. How were you all feeling early on in that match?
Well, right now we're down 3-love, but I mean, I think we're pretty evenly matched. I think we can kind of give them a run for their money, so.
Good. Well, I'm glad there's that kind of optimism, and maybe you learned a couple things about your opponent in those early goings. How about Ally as a doubles teammate? What's she like?
She's good. She's always wanted to pump everybody up, so that's good because I'm a little more quiet. So, but I mean, we're very opposite in how we play, I think, but I think we complement each other pretty well. So.
Can you kind of tell us more about that? You know, what makes you guys opposite in terms of styles?
Allie's a very aggressive player, and she loves to hit the ball hard. But I kind of like to throw some different things in there and throw a good slice in there, and I just kind of mix it up.
Now, whether it's on the WTA or the ATP tour, is there a professional tennis player that you model your game after?
I wouldn't say, well, I like watching Ash Barty play because she likes to mix it up a lot. She has a really good backhand slice. So I love hitting slices all the time. And sometimes it doesn't always work out, but you got to try. And so I like watching her play. She's a really good doubles player too, so she's pretty good. So.
Now, tell us a little bit about your tennis journey. You know, when did you start playing? When did it start becoming serious?
Actually, it didn't start until my freshman year of high school, and I think one day, I don't even remember why I wanted to start playing. I was just like, I'm going to play tennis. And so I did, and then my freshman year we were terrible, and then from freshman to sophomore year, the in between seasons, something just really clicked, and I just kind of started working for it, and I just love the sport, so I decided it's something I really wanted to do, and then it got more serious, and we got better as a team at my high school, so just kind of went with it.
Now, unlike some of your teammates who are from as far away as places like New Mexico or New York, you know, you're basically a local around here in the mountains of western North Carolina. Can you kind of tell us about that as far as you being sort of, you know, playing at your hometown college kind of?
Yeah, I love being as close to home as I am. I'm about 45, 50 minutes without traffic, and so it's really nice. I went home yesterday, like between class, and so it's convenient for me. I go home just about every weekend. I just love being around my family, but I think it's nice to have family close because they can come watch matches, and yeah, so.
And I'd imagine you probably have some pretty good knowledge of kind of the fun things to do in the area that, you know, the players from out of state could lean on you a little. Do you have some sort of like best recommendations around or waterfalls you might take folks to?
I'm not much of a hiker, but the only one I can really remember that I've been on is I've been up to Frying Pan. And so that's nice if you want a good view, but so I'm more of a let's go play tennis kind of person. So.
Well, it's certainly a good place to play tennis as well, the mountains of western North Carolina and Brevard College. Tell us about your academics.
Well, I take my academics very seriously. I'm an exercise science major, BS, and I have a minor in business.
And have you thought ahead, you know, once you graduate, what you may want to do with those degrees?
Yeah, so after I do my undergrad, I want to go on to PT school, probably somewhere like Western, because it'll be pretty close to home for me. And then I want to specialize in like neurological disorders and like helping with physical therapy, with stuff like that. So.
Very good. I commend you for that choice. That's very important work, Brooke. Before I let you go, we've been talking to all your teammates about, the family environment amongst the men's and women's tennis team. And I could sense it just now as I pop my head in the players' lounge here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Just how much fun you guys have as a team, and not just the women's team, but you guys, the men's and women's team together. One big family. Can you comment further on just how special of a bond you guys have as teammates?
Yeah, I think having the guys and the girls together, like I think that makes it like even more so because most teams here, I think maybe like cross country and stuff, they mix it in, but everybody else is pretty separate. So I mean, I think that really helps because you get different people. I mean, it adds to the numbers. We're not a very big team, so everybody just is really good about hyping each other up. And so I mean, if you're down on the court, they'll cheer you up. You'll hear Andrew from all the way across the tennis complex yelling for you. So
Very good. Last one, in case there is a young, budding student athlete tennis player at Pisgah High School or some other school in the area checking out this broadcast, what would you tell them as far as why they should consider Brevard College and Brevard College tennis?
just the family aspect is a big thing for me. Plays a huge role in my life, and I think the close knit feeling and then the small campus really helps with just getting more personal and forming those bonds with people.
Very good. Well, Brooke, we'll let you get back to preparing for what will hopefully be the resumption of this Brevard Piedmont tennis match. Best of luck in this match and beyond in your career as a student athlete and in your career after graduation. Thanks for joining the broadcast, Brooke.
Thank you.
All right, that was Brooke Garland, the sophomore from Canton, North Carolina, Pisgah High School, the exercise science major, and great to have her on the program and talking men's and women's tennis here with these student athletes and talking a lot about the culture within the team and certainly a great place to be a student athlete, whether it's tennis or another sport here at Brevard College. Well, stick with us. We'll see if we can get some more interviews for you before hopefully tennis action will resume here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Brevard versus Piedmont, men's and women's tennis, USA South Conference action. Welcome back to the McCoy Tennis Complex, where we are currently under a weather delay. Brevard College versus Piedmont men's and women's tennis, and hopefully we'll be getting things back going once again. And glad to be joined now by another student athlete guest, joined now by senior Margaret Carrell. Margaret, thanks for joining the program.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Well, excited to have you here on the show, and let's talk a little kind of where we're at the moment first. You know, you were playing number one doubles with your teammate Jen Cox, the other, one of the other seniors here on the team. And then suddenly things get delayed due to the rain. Can you kind of tell us, what happened from your perspective?
Another typical Brevard day. Rain out of nowhere. Not surprised. I'm a little upset that it did get delayed, but we should be back tomorrow, ready to go. Ready to play 2 matches in one day. So it's not a great feeling, but it's okay, honestly.
Yeah, but I know you guys have been passing a time as a team.
Yep.
In the meantime, what do you do when there's a rain delay like this?
We usually like to team bond. As you might be able to see some people behind me. So we're squeegeeing the courts right now. Just try to get them dry a little bit. See if we can end up playing at least for a little bit longer before it gets dark. Doing a little team bonding, hanging out at the tennis center. That's all you really can do, honestly.
I know we've got a ways to go here in this semester still, but this is your senior year.
Yeah.
So I do want to kind of like commemorate, your senior year and kind of reflect back a little bit. Have you put any of it into perspective? Just kind of, hey, it's here. This is my last semester, and graduation's around the corner, and what does it all mean?
I'm kind of I've been reminiscing quite a lot about my time here. I'm trying to make the best of it. I am glad we get to play. I'm glad USA South allowed us to play for our college, especially. I'm glad we do get to play, and I'm glad I get to have a senior season. Not a lot of sports can say that, and I'm really fortunate to be on this team and be able to create kind of more memories for this last year, since it is my senior season. It's a little bittersweet, but I'm hoping we can have a good season and hoping we can do well as a team.
Tell us a little bit about your academic pursuits. What are your plans post-graduation?
I'm looking for a job right now. Hopefully getting into kind of maybe marketing, something, social media. I'm getting my degree in English, journalism, and professional communication. I have a minor in business. Hoping job hunting right now, hoping I can get something soon. Job market's not great, but I'm hopeful for the future, honestly.
And, the senior class is not just yourself, but also Jen Cox and Kenzie Bowman. Can you talk about them as teammates and kind of you guys as seniors?
Yeah, we've been like a trio for 4 years now. It's been a great time. Being able to spend 4 years with them. We've bonded so well. Kenzie and I were roommates our freshman year, so we've been close for 4 years, and I think I'm fortunate and I'm glad I get to graduate with them. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your journey as a tennis player, but also as a student, Salisbury, North Carolina, but eventually found your way here to Brevard College. Can you kind of tell us how that all went down?
Well, I actually stumbled upon Brevard College when I went to I think it was like an academic kind of fair, a college fair at Catawba College, which is right down the road from where I live. And Brevard had a booth there, and I kind of stumbled upon Brevard, and I was like, oh, that looks nice. And I set up a tour to come here, and again, by accident, I met the then coach, Evan Schreiner, and he was like, you play tennis, come on by, let's come to my office. So my mom came, and me and my mom came and talked to him, and, he kind of convinced me to come here, and, it's probably one of the best decisions that I've ever made to come here, because I made so many friends, formed so many good relationships, and, I have such a great team. And, it's been the best 4 years that I could ask for, honestly.
Outstanding. No, that's just great to hear, those sorts of success stories,
Yeah.
No doubt. Now, if there was a student athlete perhaps back in your hometown, who was tuning in right now and,
Yep.
young tennis player who's considering different colleges, what would you tell them as far as why Brevard College would perhaps make a lot of sense?
I think Brevard College has a really good, or they know the balance has been found for being a student and being an athlete. I came here. I love tennis. I know it's not going to be a part of my life, as seriously as it is now for that much longer. But I came here knowing that I still wanted to play, knowing that I wanted to play past high school, but I also wanted to focus on my education. So I think Brevard College has kind of found that balance among all the sports. And I think for students that are looking for something like that, they're looking to have fun in their sport, but also focus on their education. I think Brevard College is probably the best choice for that, especially in D3. Look at where we are. Look at the area we're in. It's fantastic. It's out of our conference. I think we have for tennis one of the most beautiful facilities. Any young tennis player looking for just a great college, great relationships, and a kind of laid back kind of feel with education and athletics, I think this is the best place to be.
All right, a little more on kind of the senior theme.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a favorite memory or perhaps some sort of funny backstory that you can tell our audience, when you think back and hey, I'm never going to forget that day?
Oh, I actually, I met my current boyfriend on the team. He joined the team my freshman year, and he was a senior, Florian Pesano. He played golf, and he joined the team my freshman season, and that's how I met him, is through the tennis team. So again, that's why I love this team, because it's brought me so much happiness, because now we're dating. But that's the thing I think about the most, and just making all the friends that I have, some of the seniors that have already graduated, some of those are going to be my friends for life. So I think that's the stuff I'm going to remember the most.
And this team has a strong underclass, in terms of, a lot of young players who are on the rise here on both the women's and the men's side. What would you be your message to them, as a soon-to-be alum, hey, as far as them, continuing to carry the torch here for Brevard tennis?
I think just getting out here, playing every day, playing consistently. I think also with, I try to focus a lot on academics as well. I'm very serious about academics, and I think that being a student athlete, I think that's something that needs to be focused on. Most of all, because doing well in the classroom gets you to play, and that'll lead you into the rest of your life, and that'll make you successful on and off the court. But just being able to come out here and play every single day, I think that's something that every team should look for.
Very good. Well, Margaret, I'm going to let you go so you can get back to those teammates of yours.
Absolutely.
But last one, and I've been asking every student athlete this question, is this whole family environment amongst the Brevard College men's and women's tennis team, and the fact that it's one big unit. It really doesn't matter whether you play on the men's or the women's side. And, just the bond between you guys and the team culture that, you not only see but you feel here.
Yeah.
Can you tell us even more about that?
Yeah, it actually started my freshman year. There wasn't that much of a relationship between the two teams, and that's kind of how it was for me in high school. The women's and men's tennis didn't really talk to each other. And, I kind of saw an opportunity for that to kind of change when Jen, Kenzie, and I got here. We practice together. We spend every day together. Why not just hang out outside of tennis? And that's kind of what was the catalyst for the past 4 years is, where we're with each other all the time, so might as well form some bonds, hang out with each other, and it's been great ever since.
Very good. Well, thank you for joining the broadcast. I'm sure we'll talk at least one more time before graduation.
Of course.
And it's been a lot of fun, getting to know you, and, anybody who's into journalism, it certainly strikes a chord with me. So best of luck as you hit that job market as well. And,
absolutely.
Anything we can do to help, just let us know.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank
again,
you.
Margaret Carrell joining the program here, and you're watching once again Brevard versus Piedmont men's and women's tennis at the McCoy Tennis Complex, and we're seeing if we can get these courts back into some playing shape. We might be able to pull this off, extra hour of daylight, with daylight savings these days. And we might just be able to get this in. If not, the two teams, as Margaret alluded to, could face off actually twice tomorrow if that's in fact the verdict. But stick with us. We'll see if we can get you a few more interviews with student athletes. You're watching Brevard versus Piedmont men's and women's tennis USA South Conference action from the McCoy Tennis Complex at Brevard College. Okay, welcome back to the McCoy Tennis Complex, where we are currently under a weather delay. Brevard and Piedmont. Rain came down just after the start of doubles action, and shortly here we should be perhaps getting back to action. They're working on the courts currently. The rain has stopped. Actually, you're seeing some blue skies in the horizon, which is positive news, and we'll see if we can get back going here. Brevard versus Piedmont. Meanwhile, we'll continue to bring you some student-athlete guests, and really excited now to bring you the senior from West Islip, New York, West Islip High School, Jen Cox. Jen,
Hello.
Thanks for joining the program.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we're excited to have you. We just had your fellow senior, Margaret Carrell, on the show, and want to celebrate you guys as seniors as well.
It's
now
very
that we have you
exciting.
on the air here. But before we do, let's kind of talk some business. You guys were just playing doubles, you and Margaret.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the rain came, and you had to kind of put on the brakes.
Yeah.
Kind of tell us from your perspective what the day's been like so far.
It's been pretty interesting so far. I wasn't expecting the rain delay. I thought it was going to clear up. And then so when we started playing, we had a little bit of a delay to start. And then when we got on, we got through 4 games. And right after we finished the 4th game, it started pouring. So we didn't even attempt to start the 5th game. So we just got to get back into it once it starts. It's been a little hectic today, but nothing we can't handle.
Number 1 doubles with Margaret. You guys have a lot of experience together
Yes.
as teammates and also doubles partners. Can you kind of talk about you two as a tandem?
So Margaret and we've been here together since freshman year. We've always been like on and off playing doubles together, but I feel like we just communicate with each other really well. Because we can say like 1 or 2 things and like it kind of just clicks just because we've been friends for so long and we've been playing for so long. It's just a lot easier to play with her. But yeah, it's really fun playing with her. It's a lot.
And, we talked to Margaret about this, and, there's still plenty of semester to go and plenty of this season to go for you all. However, it's senior year. You know?
Yeah.
Have you had a moment to sort of reflect a little bit and sort of like say, wow, it's here?
Basically every match we say that, like, wow, this is like our last match. Or like when we played Huntington, we were like, okay, this is the last time we're going to be in Alabama for playing Huntington. And, like, this is the last weekend that we're going to be playing Piedmont. So it's kind of crazy to think about, like, as we're playing, we're like, okay, now we're never going to see these teams again. So it's stressful, but it's bittersweet, I'd say, because it's good that it's over. I'm happy what I've done over these 4 years, but also I'm definitely going to miss it a lot.
Yourself, Margaret, and also Kenzie Bowman, the senior class this year.
Yes.
Tell us even more about the 3 of you as a group.
Oh, we've been through everything together. So we all came here when Evan Schreiner was the coach. We all got recruited by him. And starting from freshman year, we all just really hit it off. We all got really close. And then I feel like we got even closer once we got Brad as our coach, just because we all were like going through this transition together. We knew we had 2 years of a different coach. And now we were like, okay, we have 2 years of a completely new coach. So we weren't really sure how to get into it, but it's been really fun. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's got to be cool to have that kind of bond over those years. No doubt. And now you've got a talented younger group on both the men's and women's side. What would be your message to them, to make sure that they carry the baton forward?
Don't get too stressed out over the matches that are lost, because you can figure out what you need to improve on from the matches that you lost and how to use that into your future matches. Basically, every time you play the school, you're going to be playing somebody different. So keep in mind how you played in the past, but don't let that make the whole match, basically. And then just keep your head up, even no matter what the score is, because everybody is sophomores and a couple freshmen. So the team still has a lot of growth to do, but I feel like it's getting a lot better. And then with playing all the matches that we have this year, it'll definitely help them out for the next 2 years that they have here.
Jen, we've talked about this before, but you're from West Islip,
Yes.
New York, Long Island, and there aren't many students from your neck of the woods.
No.
Here at Brevard, North Carolina, at Brevard College. Can you kind of tell us that experience? You being a New Yorker, coming here to the to the south, to the mountains of Western North Carolina, and how you've enjoyed it, but also perhaps maybe there's others up there in New York who would benefit from this move.
Yeah, so I really wanted to get out of Long Island for my after I graduated, and then Brevard was basically the perfect fit for me. Complete different change of scenery, going from living from the beach to now living in the mountains. It was kind of a culture shock to begin with, because just like how the two places, like the cultures of Long Island and the culture of Brevard is just so different, because Long Island's so fast paced, and then you kind of get to just take a breath when you're in Brevard. I've met a couple other people that are from Long Island that are on like other sports teams, and they've all seemed to really like it too. I mean, it was definitely harder when I first came here, because I didn't come in knowing who like anybody was, because it was 13 hours away, but it was nice because then like I got to start off fresh, and I got to meet a whole bunch of new people that I wouldn't have been able to do if I was still on Long Island, because I would have been like stuck in my same group, I think.
Now that you're here and you've settled into Brevard, North Carolina, do you have some, kind of favorite spots or favorite things to do if you have an off weekend?
We go up to the Parkway a lot, up to the Blue Ridge Parkway, because especially like at nighttime, because there's a whole bunch of stars, and I'm not used to seeing stars because there's a whole bunch of light pollution from New York City. So I've gone up there a lot since freshman year. So we've done Pisgah a lot. We've gone up to Asheville a lot. Unfortunately, not that much this year because of COVID, but yeah, we always used to go up to Asheville, up to the Parkway and stuff like that. It was really fun.
And tell us about your academics. What will your degree be in, and what are your plans after graduation?
So my degree is an art major with a concentration in photography and time-based media, and I have a minor in business. So once I graduate Brevard, I'm moving towards the coast of North Carolina. I'm looking at photo studio jobs there, and also jobs within the graphic design aspect. And yeah, it's bittersweet moving out of Brevard, but I want to go back to water. And I want to be able to still see everybody that goes here, because I still have all the friends that are underclassmen here.
In an outstanding arts program here at
Yes.
Brevard College. Can you tell us about perhaps, your favorite project or, exhibit you may have worked on?
Yeah, so actually I'm working on my senior project right now, so that's definitely my favorite one so far. The exhibition opening, I want to say, is sometime next week or 2 weeks. I'm not really sure. It's April 3rd. I don't know what today's date is.
Sounds about 2 weeks away.
Yeah. But like in the past, like we got to do like other classes outside of our concentration. So one of the classes that really sticks out to me is our sculpture class, because like we got to work with either wood materials or metal materials, and even both of them. And so like those classes were really interesting. Personally, I'm not the best sculpture person, but it was fun taking those classes and being able to broaden my educational horizon, and then still being able to stay within digital media, because our cinematography class definitely helped me a lot with how things actually work within the film industry.
Very good. Yeah. Exciting stuff. I love hearing, your, sort of experiences there, and a growing field, no doubt.
Yes.
This whole new media side of things. Before we let you go, I've asked all your teammates a question about team culture,
Yeah.
the family environment here, and how it's this one big family. I see you guys and how much fun you have.
Yeah.
When you're not playing tennis or hitting the books, and even if you are,
It's still, a lot of fun.
Can you kind of tell us, just how special this family bond is?
It's definitely one of the most special families I've ever really had a chance to be a part of. Everybody's from different places, so I feel like we kind of bonded about that at first, like, because we were all like, oh, where are you from, kind of thing, and then, like, we got into, like, actually hanging out with each other outside of classes, outside of homework and stuff, and we all just, like, really clicked, and it's been like that for, the last 4 years, no matter who's really been on the team, which is crazy to think about, because, like, all these teams on campus, they go through like the same thing. People graduate and people come in, but not all of them stay as close as we are. And I'm definitely very lucky that we've been able to stay this close for all these 4 years. And yeah, it's really fun. I like to hang out with them outside of everything, because they just make my day better, kind of thing. They're all really funny. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, Jen Cox, senior from West Islip, New York, and a member of the Brevard College women's tennis team. Congratulations, Jen.
Thank you.
You see the finish line now as
Yes.
far as graduation goes, and enjoy this final semester and this final season with the Tornadoes. It's been a lot of fun covering. I'm sure we'll talk again, before graduation. But thanks again for joining the broadcast. I'll let you get back to your teammates.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, that was Jen Cox, one of those senior women's tennis student athletes, and great to talk to Jen. And we'll see if we can get you an update. It looks like the courts are getting a little drier. We have a few more hours of daylight left, and we'll see if we can get this one in later this afternoon. But stick with us here, Brevard versus Piedmont, men's and women's tennis, and we'll continue to try to bring you more interviews as we get to know even further the Brevard College men's and women's tennis teams. Thanks for joining us. Brevard versus Piedmont, men's and women's tennis, USA South Conference action. Welcome back to the McCoy Tennis Complex, where Brevard and Piedmont are currently under a weather delay, but we're working towards hopefully getting some more tennis in this afternoon as they continue to work on the courts here at Brevard College. And we're keeping on this women's tennis senior theme and happy to be joined now by Kenzie Bowman, the senior from Franklin, North Carolina, Franklin High School. Kenzie, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you were playing doubles with Ally Kagoy just before the weather delay came, and you guys were up in your match. Can you tell us how you were feeling so far?
Yeah, the first 2 games, we were just getting in touch with ourselves, in touch with other girls, how they were playing. We were up 2-0. We were playing a good game overall, so.
And do you have much experience with Sarah as a doubles teammate?
No, not really. We've played a couple matches together. We played last week in Huntington together. But
Well, certainly
besides
sounds
that.
like these first 2 games, at least, you guys had it going on here this afternoon. And then suddenly a weather delay, and you guys have to take a break. What have you guys been up to, to pass the time here?
Well, we went and all got food from different places and then just kind of hung out and chilled. Some people are like squeegeeing the courts, and then others are we're just in there hanging out, talking.
Very good. Well, we talked to Jen and Margaret, the 2 other parts of this senior class. And, the 3 of you have been through a lot together. And here you are, your last semester at Brevard College, your last season as a member of the Tornadoes women's tennis team.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to kind of reflect on it and say, like, wow, it's here?
In a way, in a lot of ways, I've kind of held back from thinking like, oh, like I'm about to graduate. But other than that, we've talked about how like we've been here together for 4 years, and that it's definitely. I don't really know the word for it. It's interesting. It's hard to think about at the same time, because we have been through so much. We've been through 2 coaches, 4 different teams now, so it's been a lot, but it's definitely been a great experience.
Now, if you can think back, is there a favorite memory or like some funny moment or a day that you may never forget that when you think back on your tennis career here at Brevard College?
Oh, you really put me on the spot on this one. I think maybe my sophomore year, it was either my freshman or sophomore year, we were all playing some game, and Jimmy was sitting in one of the chairs in the boxes, and he was like telling us to peg balls at him, and it was just really funny because the Germans were here, and they didn't miss very often, so it was fun.
Coach Jimmy Wynn, you're
Yeah.
Yeah. Always, an interesting
Yeah.
experience
Yeah.
with Coach, and that's great that's the memory that comes to mind. Now, you, Margaret, and Jen, we mentioned it before, but certainly a bond between the 3 of you.
Mm-hmm.
Tell our audience even more about the 2 of them, Margaret and Jen, and just how exceptional they are.
Really, they're different people, but at the same time, they're both really great people. I actually lived with Margaret my freshman year, so I got to know her like better then. But she's one of these people who are really in touch with herself, and knows what she wants to do in life. She's very determined. And Jen, no matter what, she's gonna go after what she wants to go after. And that's one thing I've noticed about her, and that sticks out the most. And I love that about her, because she doesn't let anyone hold her back. She came from all the way from New York down here, and then she's moving to Jacksonville after she graduates, and that's just great for her. But she's always a go-getter, and that's awesome.
And then academically, what will your degree be in, and what are your plans after graduation?
So I am majoring in psychology with a double minor in education and criminal justice, and I am already doing an internship at DSS, and I continue just to do that after I graduate to get a job there and work for CPS.
Very good. last one. You know, we've been talking to a lot of your teammates about this whole sort of family atmosphere here, and I can sense it when I pop into the players' lounge here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. I mean, you guys have a lot of good times.
Yeah.
Together.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just the women's team; it's both teams together. Can you tell our audience about sort of that family environment?
Yeah, so really, like you said, we have a lot of great times together, a lot of memories. It's not just the girls' team, guys' team too, but we just hang out a lot, like all the time. The weekends we're always together when we don't have matches and stuff. Like we're spending our time together, and we're like outside of school we're together, and so it's a lot of just us hanging out. And I think that's where the like family dynamic comes in, because even on the courts, like we're always motivating each other.
Last one before I let you get out of here. Brevard College as a whole, if somebody's tuning in and maybe checking out, Brevard College and thinking about coming here and being a student athlete and perhaps playing tennis here, what would you tell them as far as, what Brevard College has meant to you and what it's done for you?
Honestly, coming here, wasn't completely sure about it, but I absolutely love it now, and I wouldn't change it for anything. Almost transferred a couple times, really thought about it, but I would, like I said, I never would trade it for anything, because this has taught me so much, has brought me so many connections, and I've met so many great people and made so many friendships that I just don't feel like I would have ever made like at a bigger college, or had the experience I had here at a bigger college, because of the class sizes and the like. I know my teachers. I'm a name here. Like, my teachers will see me in the hallways, and it'll be like, oh, hey, Kenzie. And I'm like, oh, hey. Like, and they remember me from freshman year. And I think that's awesome, because in a lot of bigger colleges, you're not going to get that. But also, student athlete-wise, a lot of the teams are like families. They all are very close, and they hang out with their own teams. And I think that it's a good school if you want to be accepted. I think this is a good school, because there's a little bit of everybody here.
Very good. Well said. Kenzie Bowman, part of that senior class, along with Margaret Carrell and Jen Cox. Yeah, we're down the home stretch for you guys.
Yeah.
But we're not done yet, and hopefully we'll get back to playing some tennis here, Brevard versus Piedmont. Kenzie, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was Kenzie Bowman, the senior from Franklin, North Carolina, and great to have her on the program. And as the courts continue to kind of get back into form here, the rain has stopped and sun starting to even come out and peek itself from behind the clouds. So we'll see if we can perhaps squeeze in a couple more interviews here, but glad you're able to join us. Brevard and Piedmont men's and women's tennis USA South Conference action from the McCoy Tennis Complex on the campus of Brevard College. Just to update you, we are in a weather delay here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Brevard versus Piedmont, working on these courts, trying to get them dry and in playing condition for these student athletes, and hopefully we'll have some tennis for you this evening while we still have daylight. Stick with us here. We'll continue to bring you updates from the McCoy Tennis Complex. Well, happy to report from the McCoy Tennis Complex that we are getting back underway in this match between Brevard and Piedmont after a lengthy weather delay. But back underway here, doubles play continuing between these two USA South Conference rivals. And glad you're able to join us for this edition of Brevard College Men's and Women's Tennis. On the far court, the #1 doubles team of Jen Cox and Margaret Carrell. We spoke to those two seniors during the weather delay, and they're getting back started. And on the near court here is #1 doubles. And for the Tornadoes in that one, Andrew Ingram and Jamarcus Walker taking on Roman Webb and Silas Sandals of Piedmont. Meanwhile, #2 women's doubles, Lily Farr and Hamrick Perry, the tandem for the Tornadoes, against Kara Landseidel and Abby Grace Venom of the Lions. So glad you're able to join us for this edition of Brevard College Men's and Women's Tennis, and we'll continue to try to bring you action from throughout the McCoy Tennis Complex, as well as updates as the scores come in. We did have an early score come in final. Men's #3 doubles is a final. The team of Bale and Dempsey defeating Glaze and Williams 8-0 in #3 doubles. So Piedmont earning the first win of the doubles portion of this matchup. #2 women's doubles, once again, before the rain delay, the Piedmont team of Landseidel and Venom with a 2-0 advantage over Farr and Perry. So on that women's side, #1 doubles team of Jen Cox and Margaret Carrell, #2 doubles Lily Farr and Hamrick Perry, and #3 doubles Ally Kagoy and Brooke Garland. #4 doubles Kenzie Bowman and Sarah Ikavochi. They had a hot start, 2-0 the early advantage for those two. Following doubles play, we'll head into singles action. Farr in the #1 slot, Kagoy #2, Cox 3, Perry 4, Carrell 5, Ikavochi 6, Garland 7, and Bowman 8. And on the men's side, Andrew Ingram and Jamarcus Walker, who are in action at the moment. So watching now, the team of Ingram and Walker take on Sandals and Webb. Webb out of New Zealand, Sandals out of Texas. And for the Tornadoes, Andrew Ingram, the junior from Belmont, North Carolina, Stuart Kramer High School, and Jamarcus Walker, the sophomore from Seneca, South Carolina, Seneca High School. And Jamarcus mentioned in the interview that this is his first career match playing number one doubles. So first time this team has played number one doubles for the Tornadoes. And Walker with the serve. That first serve long. He'll have a second service. So great to have these two teams back underway. The sun is actually shining at the moment after we had a period of rain that delayed this contest. But great to see these student athletes back at it here. Piedmont versus Brevard, men's and women's tennis. We'll continue to bring you updates and the action from here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. back here at the McCoy Tennis Complex, where doubles play is now complete and singles action underway between the Tornadoes and the Lions. Your scores from doubles play: number 3 doubles, the team of Bale and Dempsey defeat Glaze and Williams 8-0, so that win goes to the Lions. Number 2 doubles, Miles Schaefer and Devin Horton representing for the Tornadoes 8-1, a defeat to the Lions' number 2 doubles team. And in number 1 doubles match, we were providing quite a bit of footage for you from the team of Silas Sandals and Roman Webb defeat Ingram and Walker of the Tornadoes 8-2. So Piedmont with an early 3-0 advantage in men's tennis on the double side of things. Women's tennis, number 3 doubles 8-0 Piedmont, number 2 doubles 8-1 Piedmont, and number 1 doubles 8-0 Piedmont. So Piedmont staking a 3-0 lead as well. Now we're underway here, and we've been bringing you mainly men's tennis number 2 singles for the Tornadoes. Devin Horton, freshman from Hendersonville. Horton is taking on Bryce Van Order, freshman from Cartersville, Georgia. So number 2 singles action. Bryce Van Order versus Devin Horton. So we'll continue to try to bring you updates and more information from here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. This match was delayed quite a bit due to weather, but sunny skies now. Now the issue's daylight. Daylight savings time in effect, so that helps matters, but see if we can get this match complete. 2 teams are scheduled to play tomorrow at 10 a.m. in a non-conference match, sort of the format that USA South Conference teams have been using in this COVID landscape is 2 matches, first being a conference match, the second being a non-conference match, and that's the lineup for the rest of tonight and tomorrow. So stick with us. We'll continue to try to bring you updates here from the McCoy Tennis Complex on the campus of Brevard College. You're watching Brevard versus Piedmont, men's and women's tennis. So now giving you a look at Jen Cox versus Abby Grace Venom in number 3 singles. Jen Cox, one of those 3 seniors, along with Margaret Carrell and Kenzie Bowman. And we spoke to Jen during the weather delay interview that she shed some light on a lot of her exciting plans for the rest of the semester and beyond as a art major and concentration in photography. But she's now going to work here in number 3 singles versus Abby Grace Venom of the Lions, the freshman from Covington, Georgia, Eastside High School. Lions with a 3-0 lead in both men's and women's tennis after doubles play. And singles is underway throughout the McCoy tennis complex. Glad you're able to stick around with us. Brevard College men's and women's tennis hosting Piedmont in this USA South Conference matchup. Stick around. We'll bring you more updates and information throughout the show. So scores starting to come in here on the men's tennis side of things, and number 2 singles, Van Orden defeats Horton 6-0, 6-1, so another win for Piedmont. And then Piedmont also won a number 6 men's single 6-0, 6-0. We'll continue to bring you results as they come in. It looks like Piedmont in control of this match, especially on the men's side, after sweeping doubles. Meanwhile, continuing to watch the senior Jen Cox in number 3 singles versus Abby Grace Venom of Piedmont. Two more results in as Piedmont wins number 3 single 6-0, 6-0, and also number 2 men's single 6-0, 6-1. So Piedmont's clinched on the men's side. We'll see if we can get a few more results in here for you as we inch towards sunset here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Once again, you're watching Piedmont versus Brevard, men's and women's tennis. The men's match has been clinched by Piedmont, who has secured 5 wins, 3-0 in doubles and then 2 in singles. So already clinched on the men's side, and a 4-0 advantage for Piedmont on the women's side. So 1 win away from clinching on the women's side as well. Pretty remarkable we're able to even get this match in this evening. The courts actually took a pretty good soaking in the 3 p.m. hour, but diligent grounds crew worked hard to get these courts dry as quickly as possible, and now trying to hustle to get this in before darkness sets in. But really glad you're able to join us. Earlier in the show, we talked to a number of Brevard College tennis student athletes. Want to thank Kenzie Bowman, Margaret Carrell, Jen Cox, Lily Farr, Brooke Garland, Ally Kagoy, all joined the show from the women's side. And on the men's side of things, Alex Glaze, Andrew Ingram, and Jamarcus Walker were all guests during that weather delay. So appreciate those interviews during the weather delay, and appreciate you sticking around to continue to follow Brevard College men's and women's tennis. These two teams will go at it again tomorrow at 10 a.m. here at the McCoy Tennis Complex. Due to multiple events on campus, won't have a broadcast for that one. It's a non-conference contest, so it doesn't count towards USA South Conference play either. But appreciate you checking this out this afternoon. And as looks like indeed the match involving Jen Cox is a final as well. So that'll about do it here. Piedmont clinching both the men's and women's side of things. Lions able to secure USA South Conference victories here. But thanks again for joining the program. We appreciate you and all your support of Brevard College Athletics. Go Tornadoes.